this time. Case number 2024-0627, involving the licensee, Ms. Leslie Babbitt, license number R-854-898. The board finds the licensee guilty of all charges. The penalty imposed is suspension, but the suspension can be immediately lifted if upon compliance with certain preconditions. You'll have 180 days to complete those preconditions. And at that time, should you have complied with these preconditions, the suspension can be lifted, and then you will obtain a restricted license. So some of the preconditions are formal reprimand, fine. You must conference with the compliance officer here, complete a chemical dependency evaluation and a psychiatric evaluation, and education. You must complete 4 courses: substance use disorder in nursing, righting a wrong, ethics and professionalism in nursing, upholding the standards, professional accountability, and everyday ethics. These are the preconditions that must be met and satisfied before the suspension is lifted and can obtain the restricted license. Your license will be restricted for 24 months or longer, depending on the assessor's recommendations from those 2 evaluators. Those 2 evaluations that you must complete for the assessors that complete those evaluations, so the board is saying at minimum 24 months, but if the assessors recommend longer, then that's the time period for your probation period. And during that time, you must submit quarterly reports, employee reports. Your license is single stated, indirect supervision, abstaining from addictive substances, drug screens, monthly and on demand. All of this will be provided to you in a written final order that you should receive in the mail within 45 days. When you receive that order, if you have any questions whatsoever, be sure to ask the compliance officer, which is one of the requirements of the order, that you meet the compliance officer. But that's basically the gist of it. Do you have any questions for me? This concludes the announcement of the board's decision. I'll call up the next matter on the docket.
Give me a recess. Can I get him?
Done?
No.
Yeah, Batiste. Yeah.
They're not here.
Case number 2024-0682 involving the licensee Satori Batiste, license number P-336817. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel for this case to state their names for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Jeremy Cummings, LPN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
And Mary Stewart, all service alternate.
And will the attorney represent the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee Satori Batiste present?
She's not, Your Honor.
Do you have a witness that can briefly speak to the notice provided to Ms. Batiste of today's hearing?
I can, Your Honor. We do, we have one, sorry.
Well, can you state your name for the record so the court reporter can swear you in?
Wayne Jameson.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may proceed.
You do the evidence first? Can we admit B1 through B7, Your Honor?
Yes, the B1 through B7 are admitted.
I'll call Mr. Jameson to testify to the service. That's all right as well.
Yes.
Mr. Jameson, will you state your name and your current place of employment for the record?
Dwayne Jameson, Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And what is it that you do here at the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigations.
So are you familiar with the investigative process of licensees of this board?
Yes,
Okay. If you will, the first thing we'll look at is, you stated Ms. Batiste is not here, correct? Or we've established she's not here, is that correct?
yes, that's correct.
Have you checked the sign-in sheet today?
Yes, I did.
Was her name on there?
No, it was not.
Okay, if you will, look at page 6 for me. Can you tell us what this is on page 6?
6 is a notice of hearing dated October 7th, 2024.
Who is that notice sent to there at the top?
Satori Batiste.
And do you see what day she was noticed for a hearing?
Yes, she was noticed for Wednesday, April 9th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
And that's today's date, correct?
That's correct.
All right, do you see her address? Oh, I'm sorry, not her address. Do you see where it says via certified mail right there?
Yes.
The last 6 numbers, will you just read those for me, please?
074529.
Okay. And so what we're looking at here is the notice that was sent to Ms. Batiste for her hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And it was sent certified mail based on that number you just read. Is that also correct?
Yes.
We'll look at page 9. Can you tell us what we see here on page 9?
Page 9 is the green card signed with those same 4 digits,
Okay.
6 digits, I'm sorry.
And you said it's signed for, Ms. Batiste signed for that?
Yes, it did.
Somebody signed for it.
Yes,
So she got notice via certified mail over here today. Is that correct?
that is correct.
So just one more time, you have checked the sign-in sheet and she is not signed in.
I did check the sign-in sheet and she had not signed in.
All right. With that, Your Honor, we would request to proceed with the hearing since we've perfected service through certified mail.
Thank you. It appears the licensee received statutory notice of today's hearing and has provided no reason why she cannot attend today's hearing, so we will proceed in her absence. Your case, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll be brief. Mr. Jameson, we just look at page 7 and identify that?
Page 7 is a copy of the complaint filed by the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Who's named in that complaint?
Satori Batiste.
And you can just sum up and give a abbreviation of what the charge is against Ms. Batiste?
Yeah, she was charged basically for having a disciplinary action taken against her license in another state.
And in that complaint, are there any facts to support that charge?
Yes, the facts are that on February 1st, 2024, the Alaska Board of Nursing adopted a voluntary surrender, basically accusing the nurse of working while her license was lapsed and also failure to maintain accurate patient records.
Okay. And so if you will, look with me on page 11. Can you tell us what we have here on page 11 for the record?
Page 11 is a copy of surrender of license, with the state of Alaska.
All right, and can you tell us who's named as surrendering their license in this surrender of license for Alaska?
Yes, Satori Spanisha Batiste.
And did she sign on this?
She did sign it and dated, November 2023.
And she, by signing and doing this, does it say in there that she surrendered her license?
Yes,
Okay. If you will, let's last look at page 12. Can you tell us what this is?
page 12 is the actual order from the State of Alaska Board of Nursing.
So does this order confirm her surrender and accept the surrender of her license in Alaska?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so based on the investigation and what we've looked at today, did she clearly violate the charge? Or is she clearly guilty of the charge against her?
Yes.
No further questions, John.
Right, any questions from the hearing panel for Mr. Benson? It concludes the presentation of the evidence in case number 2024-0682. Any closing statement from you, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor, I'll just rest on the file.
Okay, all right, at this time, I entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session. I think we'll also break in this matter, possibly at 1 o'clock. Right. Yeah, okay. 1 o'clock. All right, thank you. I will announce the board's decision in case number 2024-0682 involving the licensee, Ms. Satori Batiste, license number P-336817. The board finds the licensee guilty as charged. The penalty imposed is revocation. I understand the next matter on the docket is the announcement of a voluntary surrender.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. We have a voluntary surrender for case number 2022-1010. License number R-891990.
Ready to call up the next matter? What do you need?
I think we are as soon as, I think we would go get them. I think Floyd did. Yeah.
Supervisor is
All right, I'll call up the next matter on the docket. Case number 2023-1210 involving the licensee Stevie Dunn, license number R-907573. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer for this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the hearing panel for this case to state your name for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Jeremy Cummins, alternate.
Mary Stewart, RN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
Thank you. And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee, Mr. Stevie Dunn, present?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dunn, are you represented by an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you?
I do.
And do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
I do.
And do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes.
And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed
Yes, ma'am.
without an attorney?
Correct.
Now, I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony. If you're going to testify today, please state your name for the record.
Stevie Dunn.
Esther Pilgrim, RN.
And Gloria Causey.
And would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Are you?
I do.
And are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that B1 through B15 be admitted.
Dunn, do you have any objection to the admission of exhibits B1 through B15 into the record for today's hearing?
That's correct.
Any objection?
No.
No objection. All right, B1 through B15 are admitted. We will proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. We'll begin now with opening statements, starting with board counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. You will see evidence today that Mr. Dunn, who has been a licensed nurse for over 30 years, abused the patient physically. What you also see is Mr. Dunn got into an altercation with the patient and did not exercise what he should have learned in over his 30 years of experience. As a nurse, there are simply lines that should not be crossed when it comes to dealing with patients. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action against license of Mr. Dunn as it sees fit. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any opening statement from you, Mr. Dunn?
About the event, what do you want?
Opening statement is just like a brief overview of the evidence you plan to submit in defense. So,
As he stated, I've been a nurse for 30 years now. I've never had any problem. Worked in many healthcare facilities in different roles. This was not anything unusual that happened other than this was a very dangerous patient. And I was trying to prevent him attacking other patients that were there on the spot.
Mr. Walker, if you're ready, you may call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We'll call Ms. Gwen Causey. Ms. Causey, for the record, will you state your name and your place of employment?
Gwendolyn Causey, employed by the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you worked for the board?
I've been here at the board for 8 months.
Well, what's your position at the board?
My position here at the board is a nurse investigator.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
My background, I've been a nurse in the nursing profession for 44 years, 17 years as a licensed practical nurse, 27 years as a registered nurse. I'm a graduate of Mississippi College School of Nursing, Jackson State University. I have a master's in public health, and I've been certified as a legal nurse consultant since 2008.
And what were you doing before you were here at the board?
I was a nurse consultant for the law firm of Hagwood and Tipton, formerly known as Tipton, got the former name, but they're currently Hagwood and Tipton. They merged with another group.
Okay, thank you. So is it fair to say that you're knowledgeable in the standard of care and the nursing practice?
Yes, it is.
And are you familiar with the investigative processes here at the board?
Yes, I am.
All right. Would you please look at page 4? I believe it's marked MSBN 4.
Page number 4 is the Board of Nursing License Verification. The name is Stevie Lamar Dunn, license number 907573, licensed as a registered nurse. The license is active. The license issue date was 07/27/2017.
And then if you would, let's look at page 7. Would you ID that? ID that for the record, please?
This record is the State of Mississippi Board of Nursing in the matter of Mississippi license number R907573 issued to Stevie Lamar Dunn and the respondent, and it is a complaint, and the complaint has 3 charges. Charge 1, in that the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under the licensee's care. Charge number 2 is that the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. And charge number 3, in that the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely intentionally or negligently causing or allowing others to physically, sexually, emotionally, or verbally abuse a patient in violation.
All right, thank you. And so are there any, any facts in the complaint to support those charges?
Specifically, they're related to all the charges on or about December the 8th, 2023, while employed as a nurse at Parkway Behavior Health Systems in Olive Branch, Mississippi. Surveillance coverage at approximately 1:04 p.m. shows the respondent push a psychiatric patient that was standing in front of the respondent.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gwen. Can you turn over to page 11 for me? And I know it's not the largest print in the world, but can you identify what this is for the record?
Page 11 is a incident report. And the date of the incident is 12/8/2023, time approximately 13:05.
And can you just sum up what it says there on the, if you flip over to page 12? Can you just sum up what
Yes.
they said on that incident report on page 12 for me?
On page 12, it's from the risk manager. And it states that the patient was on the unit, sitting in a wheelchair. The patient got up from the wheelchair and was walking by his peers as they were preparing to go to lunch. The other patient left the unit to go to lunch. Other patients left the unit to go to lunch, and this patient remained on the unit due to making comments that he would hit the next person that got close to him. The unit nurse walked from behind the nurse's station and stood in front of it. And the patient walked up to the unit nurse and stood directly in front of him. The unit nurse remained standing in place, and the patient was calling the nurse names, and the unit nurse was directing the patient to back up. The unit nurse hands were in proximity of the patient's face, and the patient flinched at the nurse, and the nurse pushed the patient. And when the patient gained his balance, he began to swing on the nurse and other male staff present. The male nurse was blocking the swings, and the staff attempted to put him in a hold. Additional staff arrived, and the patient was placed in a proper standing hold and provided medication.
Okay, so basically we have a situation where a nurse had an altercation with the patient.
Yes,
Okay. And do we know who that nurse was?
yes, Mr. Stevie Dunn responded.
And what facility did this incident occur at?
Parkwood Behavior Health Facility.
What kind of facility, what type of facility is that?
It's a behavior health facility that treat patients with mental illness or any behavior problems.
Okay. Flip over to page 15 for me, please.
Okay.
Can you tell us what this is?
This is Parkwood Behavior Health Systems, their employee corrective action report, and the employee at the time is Stevie Dunn. The corrective action was termination.
Okay. Is this the same facility, the Parkwood Behavioral Health that you just said?
Yes, it is.
Okay. For the record, will you just read or sum up what that first paragraph says for us under the incident, right there?
Okay, it says on Friday, December the 8th, 2023, you were the charge nurse on the Adult West unit scheduled to work from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. During your shift, a male patient had been uncooperative to include making threats to you and his peers. And at 1:04 p.m., the patient approached you at the nurse's station and made verbal threats to you and another employee. You pushed the patient backwards, and the patient subsequently began swinging at you. Shortly after this occurred, a code MAB was called. Other employees arrived to provide aid to subdue the patient.
So is this the same incident that we just looked at on page 11 of that report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And according to this report, or this employee corrective action report, Mr. Dunn pushed the patient, is that correct?
That is correct.
What else does this report tell us about the camera views?
It says a camera review revealed the following. At no time during your interaction at the desk did you attempt to back away from the patient or attempt to end the conversation with the patient. As the event unfolded, you and the medical health technician physically struggled with the patient. At one point, you placed your hand on the patient's neck until more staff arrived. This was an improper hold and is not taught and handled with care.
Okay, so according to this, is putting your hands around the patient's neck proper,
It was an improper hold
or on the patient's neck?
on the patient's
Okay.
neck, yes.
Can you tell us what the facility determined about his, I believe you actually did. You said it was an improper behavior. Is that what you said?
It was an improper hold,
Okay.
yes.
Do they say anything else about his interaction with the patient?
Says your verbal and physical interaction with the patient was improper also.
What did they do to Mr. Dunn's employment as a result of this?
he was terminated.
Okay, thank you. Can you turn over to page 18 for me, please?
Page 18 is from Parkwood, it's a personnel action form for Mr. Stevie Dunn.
And can you tell us what it says where it says separation on this form? What does it say?
Under the area where it states separation, involuntary, utilize an improper hold on a patient.
And then on page 19, you see what it is? For the record, will you state what that is on page 19?
Page 19 is Parkwood Behavioral Health System Patient Neglect and Abuse Policy.
Can you kind of tell us what it says about the policy of abuse that they have?
According to the facility, it's a statement that says, I understand that it is a policy of Parkwood Behavioral Health System that no client/patient will be subjected to negligence or verbal and/or physical abuse. I understand it is my responsibility to comply with this policy and to report to administration any employee who violates this policy. I understand a violation of this policy shall result in disciplinary actions up to and including termination. This is a confidentiality statement, and it is signed by Stevie Lamar Dunn.
Okay, thank you. Turn over to page 36 for me, please, ma'am. Will you identify this for the record, Ms. Quinn?
This comes also from Parkwood Behavior Health System, alleged patient abuse, neglect, exploitation, and it's a policy.
We look at number 4 on that page. Will you tell us what that said, what it says, please, under that in number 1 and 2?
Okay, number 4 says abuse or neglect of elderly or disabled persons also occurring outside the inpatient facility shall be reported to the Department of Health closest to the patient's resident. And it also defines the definition for abuse, which includes any act or failure to act by an employee of a hospital which was performed or which was failed to be performed knowingly, recklessly, or intentionally, and which caused or may have caused injury or death to a patient, and includes such acts as number 1, rape or sexual assault of a patient, and number 2, the striking of a patient.
Okay, thank you. And did Mr. Dunn provide a statement on this?
Yes, he did. He provided a statement to one of our investigators, Mr. Wanda Jones.
This is it on page 43?
Yes,
Okay. In his statement, does he deny pushing the patient at all?
no, he does not.
Okay, does he also acknowledge that he did put his hand on the resident's neck?
He did acknowledge he did put his hand to the back of the resident's neck.
He referenced in his statement, a chokehold, I believe. Is that correct?
He referenced a chokehold that it makes him impossible, the way he positioned his hands or thumb, it was impossible for him to have, it had been a chokehold, but nowhere in the records do we see chokehold. It only comes from Mr. Dunn.
Okay, so none of the reports we looked at, they don't reference a chokehold ring?
Not at
Okay.
all.
Earlier you said there was a video. Is that correct?
We do have a video.
And have you reviewed that video?
Yes, I have.
Okay, let's try and play that if we can.
Oh, thank you for that.
It's the 101.82 video, I believe.
Yes.
I'm just gonna let it play. I'm gonna let you tell us what you see, and you tell Ms. Montgomery what she needs to do with the video.
If, well, the video starts at this point, it starts before then. But what we have is the patient approaching the nurse at the nurse's station. Prior to this video, let's slow it down a bit. Prior to this video, the nurse was behind the nurse's station charting. He came from around the nurse's station, was at the nurse's station. The patient did approach the nurse at the nurse's station. You cannot tell what the conversation is, but from the actions, you can see the patient actually made a gesture or a flinch toward the nurse. And at that point, that's where we see that the nurse actually pushed the patient. He did lose his balance, bumped the wheelchair that's in the lower half there of the screen.
I'm gonna stop you. Just, is Mr., what nurse is you referring to?
The nurse has, I'm sorry, the nurse has the black, I think it's a black or dark scrubs on. The burgundy, individual with the burgundy, I believe might be the medical health tech that they
That's correct.
acknowledge. Is that correct? That
Yes,
they
ma'am.
acknowledge in the write-up.
And the,
The
Just for the
patient is in
record.
the patient is in the, appear to be green scrubs.
go ahead, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. to
No,
interrupt.
that's fine, that's fine. And as I was saying earlier, the nurse was standing at the nurse's station. The patient did make a quick gesture, actually a flinch at the nurse. And from that point on, the nurse did push the patient back. The patient, as you can see, you can kind of progress it, loses his balance. He bumps into the wheelchair, which I think prevented him from falling. He gained his balance and he began swinging at the nurse. Just let it play, yeah. This is the area where he bumps into the wheelchair. He regains his composure, his balance, and he starts swinging. And it goes off into another frame right there, another section.
Shannon, if you would put it on, go to 1 I think it's 1.81.
8.1. You will see a different angle under 1.81, the video 1.81,
Yes,
the
that's
second one.
right
yeah.
there.
She gotta go back to hall 4 first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right there.
I believe you can play it to I'll let Miss Gwen state what she sees on it, what the times that she observed. You might have to type it in.
Try 1.03.43.
If you go to the top there, Shan, in the where the time is, go scroll up, or yep, right there, you're there, oh,
Right.
down. Nope.
Click on the number.
Can you click on the number, Shan, in the, where it says 104? Well. Yeah, you're at 204.
Yeah.
You're on a different day.
1.03.43.
Oh,
I don't know if you- That's 1204.
Oh, she gotta get on. She gotta
Yeah.
go.
Shane, if you click that, if you click in the box where you can do the time, where the time will pull up.
Slide it over.
right there.
Yeah, and go up there and press, you see the up arrow, go up one more, hit up right there, try that. Yep, right there, hit it. Okay. Now, you just need to rewind from there because you're on the right time. You just need to go back. You're at 104, you need to go to 103.
103.
Go over, right there.
Yep. Yeah.
Right there.
She could move it down and blow it up.
Right there. That per second.
Let's do it in seconds, Shannon. So just keep going. You're at 104.25.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going.
Just about figure 103.43,
Okay, 103.43. Keep going some more.
just a little. Okay,
Now-
let's play it from there.
Can we,
Blow it up.
can you blow it up? Can you zoom in anymore where you click the hand? Yeah. And kind of drag it down. Can you do that? Drag the screen. What? There.
Keep going. Blow it up a little bit more.
You blow it up a little bit more. There.
Okay. Okay,
Okay. Let's try that.
yeah, see, can we make it from there?
For the worst videos.
Okay. You start right there.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Now, Ms. Glenn, we
Okay.
please tell what you see.
In this frame, you see the patient, the nurse is in the black scrubs, standing against the nurse's station, leaning. The patient is walking toward the nurse. You see that. Conversation is taking place. We cannot tell exactly what's being said, but the conversation happens. What I need you to see, Mr. Dunn actually says he does this. He puts his hand out toward the patient to make sure there's space, or to get space between he and the patient. And in the meantime, you also see a point where some hand gestures are taking place, almost to the point of where you're pointing your finger, but some hand gestures are taking place there. This is prior to the patient being pushed, or prior to the patient actually flinching at Mr. Dunn.
What are you seeing now?
The conversation is still taking place. I believe we might have already passed the point where the nurse puts his arm out, almost in a defensive posture, but it's in a posture to keep the patient at bay. (104:16) is where we see the patient flinch at the nurse. For lack of a better term, I call it a gesture or a flinch.
Is that what you're seeing now?
That's
just
what you saw before
Okay,
he was pushed.
all right.
Now you can actually see the pushing from Mr. Dunn. He pushes the patient back. The patient falls back at least 2 large steps, bumps into his wheelchair, regains his balance, and he begins to swing toward the nurse and the tech.
So what's happening now?
Right now, they're still wrestling, for lack of a better term. The tech and the nurse are trying to regain control of the patient, and he is fighting them, wrestling with them. See, the tech reaches to grab the patient's right arm. And you really cannot see what's going on toward the front of the patient. From this angle, you cannot see what the nurse is doing because there's no camera view. We can see the tech has a right arm of the patient. But what's going on at the front of the patient at the head, you cannot tell. But there is a point in which you can see Mr. Dunn have placed his hand on the back of the patient's neck, and he did acknowledge that in his statement. Now, at this point, it looks as if someone is coming in to call for assistance. There's a young man standing to the right at the upper left of the screen, and he stands there and he looks. I cannot tell if that's a patient or is that a facility worker.
There were
There-
no other patients on the unit at that time. We got them out.
So that is a facility worker
Yes, ma'am.
standing, that's a facility worker standing there. I don't know if he was taught to assist in situations like this, but he stands there. He does not assist the nurse or the tech in trying to subdue the patient. But he does remove, I believe that's a watch that fell on the floor or something fell on the floor. He does move that out of the way. Uh, This is where you see, since Mr. Dunn said it is another employee, he proceeds to pick up the item that's on the floor and proceeds to get out of the way.
That was my watch.
That
He
it was-
ripped off.
Mr. Dunn, you have the opportunity.
Just trying to, sorry.
Can't believe we're gonna go to like 105. You can keep going, but
Go on.
105.
105, around 105:18 is where we can actually see where Mr. Dunn's hands are at the back of the neck of the patient.
You're getting close.
We're just now seeing the nurse and the tech getting additional assistance with the patient at this point. Around 105:18 is where I can actually visually see Mr. Dunn with his hands at the back of the patient's neck. Past it, but I was able to see it. You can kind of see it a little right there. It's the back of his neck. He has his hands.
Was there anything else in the video? Right here, can you see there?
Yeah, there's nothing else in this video to see, but that they transported him to what I would call an isolation room, cleared out a lot of equipment, put him in the room, and they were able to give him an injection.
Okay. Thanks, Shane. So when a nurse is dealing with a difficult situation, let's say like this, I believe you heard Mr. Dunn say in his opening statement that he was a dangerous patient. Can you tell us what should you try to do as a nurse?
As a healthcare provider or a healthcare professional, it's our job. We're into a situation which requires you to be aware of your surroundings and aware of the patient and his behavior, his or her behavior. We should use a process called de-escalation, which this process can be used to diffuse or reduce the intensity of a potentially violent situation. When you're using de-escalation, it can be verbal and nonverbal communication. It is a way of verbal and nonverbal communication. With a patient that's irate, it's important that you actually, number one, be self-aware. Be aware of what you're doing as a healthcare professional. My body language, my facial expression, the tonation of my voice. As the patient gets louder, am I getting louder or am I calm? And I don't have pressure speech. I'm not raising my voice as the patient raises his voice. My facial expression, am I frowning? Am I making eye contact as to dare the patient to look away? Am I staring them down? That could be perceived as intimidation by the patient because perception is a reality to the patient. You have to accept that. My body language, am I relaxed? Have I got myself in a position where I'm ready? Am my arms folded, my hands clenched? Or how am I being perceived by this patient? Acknowledge the patient. For example, you can say, Mr. Jones, I see that you're upset. Apologize. Mr. Jones, I see that you're upset. I'm sorry that you're upset. Mr. Jones, once again, I see that you're upset. Always acknowledge the patient with respect. I see that you're upset. What can I do to remedy this situation? What can I do to help you calm down? In the meantime, escalation is going on. The patient is not calming down. There comes a point when you have to decide, when do I call for help? And you call for help or assistance when you know you've done everything you can, because the next step is to be restrained. And restraint should be used only as the last resort. And it should be a form of least restrictive restraints used. And here in this video, we saw manual restraints where they were physically, manually holding the patient. And that was what was required at that time. And it's about how you do it. How do you physically restrain a patient? But like I said, that's a last resort that you would use in any circumstance. You use every avenue possible beside restraining individuals.
So there's a couple of things you said there I want to touch on. You said talking to the patient and using verbal communication with the patient first. We don't really know what Mr. Dunn said. He very well could have, because there was no sound,
That's
correct?
correct.
So let's say he did. What would you mentioned nonverbal and trying to posture? Would you say his posture? Because that's kind of what we can go by. We don't know what he said. Mr. Dunn can probably testify to that. But as far as posture and what you saw in the video, can you speak to that a little more?
Yes, what I saw in the video, I need to talk about posture and I need to talk about personal space. Under no circumstance should I enter the patient's personal space or allow him to enter mine. In this video, we could see, I could see that the patient was inching toward Mr. Dunn. And at no point did Mr. Dunn ever back up or slowly go back. He stood his ground. Well, when you see a patient advancing like that, you should, in all fairness, you should back up, ease back. Not to be running away, but slowly step back, because you don't need that patient in your personal space, and that patient does not need to be in your personal space. Something else that occurred, you do not put your hands on an irate patient. You don't put your hands on any patient without permission. That can be seen as a form of intimidation. That can be seen as a form of bullying. Patient, you know, that nurse put his hands on me. And by Mr. Dunn's own statement, he was trying to create space between him and the patient. That's a statement that lets me know that he felt like the patient was getting too close in his personal space. So those are two things. I did see hand gestures. It's really important that you don't use hand gestures to an outraged individual. That can be perceived as a form of, I'm getting ready to do something, or I'm preparing for you. We have to be self-aware when we're dealing with patients like that. It's easy to talk right now, I know, because it can happen in a split second, but as a healthcare professional, that is my job.
Thank you. So to you, did it appear that he, from what you can see, and again, where there's no sound, did it appear that he de-escalated the situation?
No,
That's okay.
to me, it appeared that it was escalated.
Okay. And he admitted he pushed the patient. I don't think he's denied it in his statement. And you can see it on the video. And according to this facility, what they said, this was abuse, and he also admitted that he put his hand on the patient's neck, in which he stated, and we saw that in the video too. So starting with the push of the patient, is it acceptable for a nurse to do that? Should that be something you do?
That is
Yes.
never acceptable.
And then the hand on the back of the neck, is that an acceptable method? Other facilities said that wasn't acceptable, but then practice that you've seen, is that an acceptable method
That's
of restraint?
not an acceptable method of a restraint. When you're putting your hands on the back of someone's neck, you gotta think about the neck as a whole. You can cause muscle strain. You can cause maybe some spinal cord injury, some vertebrae fractures. That is not an acceptable hold to hold someone on the back of their neck. And even the facility, according to their policy, that was not an acceptable hold.
Would you say that based on the video, what we've seen, and also based on the documents from the facility that they provided on their policy, did his actions meet a standard of practice that's acceptable in nursing?
His actions did not meet the standard of care that's acceptable in this situation.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Dunn, do you have any questions for Ms. Causey?
No, she was very apt in her description of what can be seen. But there again, we don't have the verbal context. We don't hear the therapeutic options that we went through standing there at the desk.
Yeah, you'll have an opportunity to,
Okay,
address all
so,
of that.
but from what she saw, no, that's accurate for,
No questions for her? You don't have any questions for her?
no, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the hearing panel for Ms. Causey?
I have a couple of questions. So, Ms. Carlton, you've seen the video more than we have. I'm
Yes.
curious, in your opinion, the role of the MHT that was standing beside the nurse could you talk a little bit about how you saw his interaction or?
Viewing that video, I did not see the MHT assist in any manner. I'm sure he was there to hear the conversation. He was there the entire time. But his position was, he was just standing there. The respondent can address that later, but his role is to be there to assist the nurse. That is MHT's responsibility. but I in no way saw that he assisted him only after the patient reached the end of his rope, I would say, and started to hit at the nurse.
Did you see in the video that the MHT had secured both of the patient's arms?
No, I didn't. I could only see where he had one of his arms. Visually, I was able to see where he had his right arm toward the back. It was questionable about the left arm, where exactly was it? But he did have a stance that would have prevented the patient from falling backward or going any more forward, because we had a nurse at the front also, but his stance was stable and it, for lack of a better term, it propped up the patient from falling on the floor, his stance that he had.
Okay, and the last question is, if there's a threat that a patient is going to spit on you, is that inappropriate? Is it appropriate to push the patient or hold the patient if you're threatened by a patient spitting on you?
I believe everything, when a question like that is timing, if you know that the patient has reached their peak or they're attempting, or you know they're close to getting to that point where they're initiating violence, what I would have liked to see was them to call whatever their code is for assistance. But as nurses, we have been spit on, hit, but that does not justify us retaliating in no way, form, or fashion. We are the professionals. That's why they are the patients.
Any additional questions for Ms. Causey? Right, any follow-up, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Do you have any other witnesses?
The state rest, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Dunn, this is now your opportunity to present your defense against the charges pending against you.
Thank you, ma'am. As you've seen up here, this patient was brought in by the police. He had beaten his drug dealer and severely, and his choice was go to jail, but he claimed he was suicidal at that point, so they brought him to us. He shouldn't have been there, number one, because he was very violent. He has a history of violence. We were aware of that. He was before you see this, he was over there in the wheelchair, and one of my techs come into the back where I was charting and said, "You got to get out here because he's fixing to whip somebody." And when I come around outside to protect the patients and got his attention, and we were having a discussion as I told them to get the patients on out from around the other direction and get them off the unit. So that's what they did. So that left me and that tech in the red that you see by the desk. And if you see by my posture, I'm trying to have a relaxed posture and not be threatening by leaning back on the desk. And I'm going through my therapeutic options with this patient, but he's not having it. He's cursing and threatening and coming closer. At that point, you see me put my hands up, telling him, "Got to stop, back up." And then that's when he goes to, as she claims, that's not claiming, as she stated, flinch. What that was doing was drawing back into a posture to hit. So if I had been any slower to defend myself, I would have been hit. And that's the way I perceived it. And that's, it was quick. It was all, this is in slow motion. You're saying this happened in a second. So I was creating space by getting him off of me before he hit me. Then, because I couldn't go backwards, I'm against the desk. So I slid to the side after pushing him backwards. When what you can't see is when he got a hold of me, that's when the watch came off. You saw falling to the floor. That dislocated my shoulder at the point. So I had 6 weeks of therapy at Campbell's Clinic that I had to go through for that. But as far as pushing the patient, no, I probably shouldn't have pushed him, but I would have had to taken a hit if I hadn't. And this was a large, powerful patient that had already put someone in the hospital.
Right, Mr. Walker may have some questions for you, and the board may have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Mr. Dunn. Sorry for the wait.
Oh, it's okay.
Just for the record, will you state your name and, where you're currently employed?
Stevie Dunn, and I'm retired.
How long you been retired, Mr. Dunn?
Oh, about a month now.
Blessings. Did you retire, where did you retire from?
Alliance Healthcare.
How long were you there?
I was there 6 months in the leadership position.
So from, you said about a month, so this is April. So February you retired? Is that-
Yes.
You started, where were you at before Alliance?
I was at 201 Poplar downtown for working for the jail system. I was infection control officer over all of the Memphis City jails and holding places.
So how long would you do that?
I did that right after leaving Parkwood.
So how long were you at Parkwood?
I was there 2 years, I think, 2 years.
2 years at Parkwood. Was this the, was Parkwood, was it the only behavioral health place you ever worked at?
I was the HSA at Marshall County prison before that.
I apologize, can you tell me what HSA is?
That's the Health Security Administrator, Health Services Administrator.
So were those patients or were you around people that had
Oh, constantly.
mental health issues?
Yes,
So you were I guess my point is Parkwood wasn't the only place you worked where you had,
No.
that wasn't your first rodeo. Okay. And I know you've been licensed, I'll go back to your work history in a minute, but you've been licensed, you first got licensed as an LPN in 98, correct?
yes, sir.
And then in 2017, it looks like that's when you got your RN license. Is that
That's correct.
So where were those at? Can you tell us for the record? Where did you get your degrees?
I got my LPN and my RN at Boonville at Northeast Mississippi Community College. I got my BSN through WGU online.
Did you ever do any type of training at any of those points to handle any aggressive patients?
So handle care, therapeutic options. What was that other one we did? Safety quench.
So in any of those was what you've done, what we saw in the video. Would you say you actually said that was part of your training in those type classes?
The push was not in any of the trainings, but that was a kind of save your butt move at that point. I had I had the choice of get hit or get him off of me. That was a split second. Of course, if I'd had more time to think about it, I would have got away. But that was just in a split second. And I didn't want to get hit by somebody that big and powerful.
You said this a couple of times. Can you tell, you mentioned therapeutic options, and of course, we don't have the benefit of hearing what was said.
Correct.
Can you talk about what therapeutic options? What was said?
I was asking him why he was so upset. What could we do to calm him down? Would he like to go outside, have a cigarette and talk for a minute? We went through several different things, just anything I could think of to keep his attention off of the other people there and trying to get him to calm down. But he was past the point of that. He wasn't listening.
Can you kind of elaborate on therapeutic options?
Therapeutic options is where we try to talk to a patient or do something for them to get them to de-escalate, to calm down, or to redirect them in a way that they don't have an aggressive type behavior.
So you said your options were to either, because I realized it happened a lot quicker.
Oh, instantly.
So do you think, because you stated, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so you
No,
can
you're fine.
that your option were to push him or get hit, do you think there was probably a third option that you could have started backing up
I
before,
was against the desk. Couldn't back up.
maybe a step to the side.
If I'd had more time and a little distance, yes.
Think that might have been a better option?
At second thought, yes. At the time, I was trying to go through, to get him to de-escalate. So I was trying to have a relaxed posture, trying to lean back on the desk, look non-threatening, but that didn't work.
You said you've had several instances, and I'm not gonna keep going back to it, but where you've had training on handling aggressive patients, right?
Yes, sir.
Did any of those involve on restraining a patient?
This is, at Parkwood is the West unit. This is the acute psychotic unit. It is weekly. We have to put hands on patients there.
So I guess,
That's often, you know.
would you say that putting your hands on the back of a patient's neck is probably the best way?
At that time, my shoulder's dislocated, and that's the only thing I can grab. Because he had hold of me at the same time.
Do you think if, well, and as a result of this, your shoulder got dislocated, right? And you said, well, I go second thought, if you had backed away, you probably wouldn't have had to push the patient.
Correct.
So if you'd have backed away, possibly you probably wouldn't have dislocated your shoulder, right?
I had allowed him to get too close by trying to talk to him. And that was my mistake.
I know you kind of have just said this. Do you think you probably should have handled things a little bit differently?
Yes, I absolutely should have.
I never saw you hit the patient. Did that?
No.
Have you had any, and I know you just said this, but being that this wing you're on is the acute wing, how many incidents have you had, would you say, where you've had, is this the only altercation you've had with a patient?
Oh, of course not.
What, can you tell about some of those other incidents? What happened?
Oh, this is common on that unit. They come in, they're very aggressive. You have to, we probably 2-3 times a week, we have the codes that we have to put them in holds. Something after that, even chemical restraint, because they don't calm down.
Well, and so you've had a lot of experience with them, I guess is where I'm
I
going
have.
with this. But like Miss Causey was testifying to, do you think maybe, I know you were saying things that you said to him to try and.
Correct.
You think maybe your posture didn't really say that to him?
If you look back on the film there, and you'll notice my posture's relaxed up to the point that it's too late. Because I actually leaned back on the desk.
Right, but
I'm not aggressively at him. The only time my hands come up is when he's too close, and I'm telling him, you gotta back up.
yeah, I understand that, but based off, because you've been a nurse for a long time, I mean, and that you clearly have said that this was one of the worst ones.
One of the worst.
Right. So maybe, I guess where I'm going with this is he might have been treated a little bit differently, maybe back up from him. That's where I'm going with that. Do you think that would have been a better option?
If there had been more time in this, it would have, and he was threatening other patients. So I'm having to take his attention.
And let me ask you this, maybe this is just the best question. Do you think that what you did that day, mainly starting with pushing the patient, because it kind of escalated from the push? Do you think that was the best option?
It was better than getting hit.
Do you think that was the right thing to do? From a
So-
nurse,
No, you're okay, because I'm trying to think of how to answer. Because in that split second, I was going to be hit. There was no, it was coming. And so I had to get distance so that I could slip away from the desk. It's real easy to look back here and go, you should have done this or should have done that. But in that split second, you don't have time to think of all that. You react. It's just instinct. And this has not been this way before, but this guy was serious.
do you, would you agree with me that as a nurse, in those type of situations, you're held to a little bit of a higher standard?
Absolutely.
So you kind of have to do the most that you can in that situation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. There's no, and I'm not trying to deny that I could have handled this better in any way, shape or form. But it didn't, because it was just that instinctual save yourself, that fight or flight moment that we all have. I've been nursing for 30 years, jails, prisons, behavioral health centers, and have handled this daily. This is just a one-time thing. I've been working in behavioral health a year after this, no problem, and still have these incidents every day.
So I guess that's kind of where my point is too, Mr. Dunn. I'm not trying to belabor a point, but you have been a nurse for a long time. You said
Yes, sir.
This is the only incident like this, but so do you think based on that incident, that particular incident, your actions met the standard of care that day?
Well, of course not.
I have no further questions.
Right, Mr. Dunn,
Yes, ma'am.
hearing panel may have some questions. for
Sure.
I just have one question, Mr. Dunn.
Yes, ma'am.
So at Parkwood, with it being a behavioral health facility, and I know you guys often had these violent altercations, what's the typical response? Like, what's supposed to happen when this occurs? Is there like a code called overhead, or is there a button pressed, or like, what typically happens when this occurs?
We had got the patients off the unit at this point. There was a nurse practitioner in the back, and when this started, when the actual physical interaction started, she called the code overhead, and that's when everybody started coming. But we had to deal with it, just me and the tech, until help arrived. But the code was called when the second that started.
Okay, so that team comes in to assist.
To assist.
Okay.
And someone had to get him off of me there, and I pulled out, and the rest slid him into the isolation room. And then he was given an injection.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
additional questions? No.
Mr. Dunn, I have a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
How's your shoulder? How's your shoulder?
It's better now. It still acts up, but it's better.
Oh, good. So, do you have any military training?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Air Force.
Okay, so this neck hold, is that something you learned in your military training?
I would say probably it could be.
Do you admit that's not something that was included in your training as far as a nurse or at this facility?
That's not part of any training that I've went through for that.
Okay.
But those trainings wouldn't have got you out of that situation.
Was there at any time that the tech had secured both of the patient's arms?
No, ma'am.
And you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you were aware of his history of violence.
Correct. I was there when the officers brought him in.
So how did you or how did you approach this differently than perhaps a patient that comes in without that known history of violence? Did you treat him the same? Did you treat him differently?
I treated him the same.
Okay,
Except when he went to, I would say we were more accommodating to him. The reason you see the wheelchair there is because he come in and said he can't walk. So we knew he could because the police walked him in. But to keep him calm, to keep him pacified, we gave him a wheelchair. We let him go in the wheelchair. But as you can see, it was not necessary. So we over accommodated for him.
so what was your goal when you walked around the nurse's station to approach him?
To prevent any of the patients getting hurt,
Okay,
because
so-
he was claiming that he was going to hurt them.
So you walked around the nurse's station because you were basically protected.
I
in the
was,
nurse's station, but you came out and then you said, I guess you were in charge and you told people to get the patients.
to
out of
get them
here.
cleared.
So And then you leaned back against the nurse's station. Is your
And that's when I started talking to him and keeping his attention.
It's- And of course, we all know hindsight is 20/20.
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing this person had a history of violence, so much that you just cleared the floor of other patients,
Mhm.
recognizing that he was a big guy that apparently you were intimidated physically by, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but you kept saying, you said repeatedly, he's a big guy.
He's big and strong.
So would it not occur to you to put a barrier between you and him? You just removed the patients.
But I was already on, I had to get his attention off of the patients as they were being got out of there. So I come around and was talking to him.
Okay. Okay, so what you're testifying is that you were a distraction.
Yes,
Had you approached any of the other patients?
he had made the statement out there when he was sitting in that wheelchair that he was going to whip patient, staff, it didn't matter. The next one he could get a hold of, he was whipping.
Right, but did you see,
Whip, that's not what he was saying, but
so, but he said these things from the wheelchair.
Correct.
Did not see him physically move toward another patient.
no, as soon as he started telling that, that's when the tech come back and told me I need to get out there because something's fixing to go down.
Do you remember, how you felt when you walked around that desk to approach him in terms of your heart rate? How you were feeling?
This was pretty common,
Right.
so I wasn't excited or mad or scared, anything like that. It was just a normal thing. This happens quite regularly there.
So if it's regular, why did they terminate you over this instance?
That's a very good question. I don't have an answer for that.
Well, I better end on a good question.
All right, any additional questions?
John, I just wanted to ask, was this patient given any medication on admission, or was he on any regular medication that you're aware of?
He was started on medications, but I couldn't tell you what they are. It was a year ago, so I can't tell you what his,
Not been given a dose of anything that night on admission?
not far as a PRN type situation. He might have had some scheduled medications that we gave him earlier, but the only PRN he got was after this incident.
And maybe I missed it in testimony, but explain to me a little bit more about how he dislocated your shoulder. I saw your watch hit the floor.
When you saw the watch hit the floor, that was him grabbing my arm and pulling it. And that dislocated the shoulder. As I said, he's strong. That's the reason I'm not stating it like that, because I'm not a small guy. And he did it instantly.
Thank you, Mr. John.
You're welcome.
Questions?
It's just, which shoulder was it?
Right shoulder.
It was the right shoulder. And you wear your watch on your left hand,
Mhm.
left arm.
I do now.
So you were holding his neck, your testimony now is that you're holding it with your left hand?
No. When this happened, at that point, when it's on the back, it's about all I can do with my arm.
Right.
Is trying to get it out of the way. I've got a hold of him with the left hand. Sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the hearing panel for Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn, anything you want to address based off that line of questioning from board counsel and the hearing panel?
I can't hear you, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Do you have anything else you want to add before you call your next witness?
No, I think we pretty well covered everything.
All right, you want to call your witness?
Yes.
I just wanted to add a couple things that Parkwood did not disclose, and And I came in after I wasn't there on the unit, obviously, when it happened. But this man had stated that he hated white people. He didn't want white people taking care of him. And if Parkwood really cared about their patient, why didn't they switch nurses? Secondly, you asked an excellent question about going behind the nursing station. We've had 2 attacks where patients jumped over, and obviously they've not been fit. Nothing has been done. I was pummeled. I ended up pressing charges. They beat me in my face, jumped me from the back. We were bullied to, not press charges. This poor nurse in Florida, I mean, I can go on and on. Patients know that they can hit us and we can't defend ourselves. I'm in DeSoto County. And, so they ran with it and took it, and she is being prosecuted. There is psychosis and then there's behavior. But if you're allowed to continue to do something, you're gonna do it. And I know I can't change the rules for nurses, but I find it offensive that we can't even push back nothing to defend ourselves, which is probably why that happened in Florida. But, I know this is about Steve, but then Parkwood owns some responsibility too. We've had several attacks, and if they even cared 50% about their nurses, like they do to take care of their patients, then these attacks would be minimized. Secondly, you asked about medication. I work at Alliance. We have standing orders now where we can medicate. When we see a patient is getting escalated or agitated, we have standing orders, so we don't have to wait until we get a call back from a doctor. And you know how that can be if you've ever been in real life unit, where you might not get a call back. So imagine on a psych patient that's escalating, and then you're trying to protect other patients and things too. And even in this situation, you have one tech, one nurse, a big patient. What if that nurse practitioner had not heard or was listening to on her phone or something? I mean, that was the grace of God that she even heard it to call the MAB. Could have been a lot worse. So that was my thing. I just felt like, number one, Parkwood failed. They didn't tell him that he had a racist or prejudice, whatever you want to call it, equally evil, someone that did not like you for your race. They could have changed that if they really wanted to accommodate the patient like they did with the wheelchair. Steve wasn't even aware of it. We tell dietary when they're allergic to shrimp, but we didn't warn our nurse or protect our nurse so that she could be even more, guarded, knowing that he hates me just because of the way I look. And again, do more for your nurses so that nurses aren't put in that position. That's all. So you can ask me questions too if you want.
Any questions for Ms. Pilgrim, Mr. Walker?
I do.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Pilgrim, you said you are a registered nurse as well?
Yes, sir.
You may have to speak into the mic.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sir.
How long have you been a registered nurse?
Well, I was an LPN first, so I have to think.
How long have you been a nurse?
About 30 years.
How long do you think you've been an RN? I'm not asking for an exact date, just.
Probably close to 25.
So around 25 years, you've been an RN
Yes,
out of the 30 total?
yes.
A couple of things you said. You said that Parkwood should have done more. And maybe so, but Mr. Dunn's, I believe, has testified and said that this patient or resident patient was more dangerous and they knew he was because he brought him by police. You also heard him testify to say that he did push the patient. He probably shouldn't have done that. That's what he stated, correct?
Yeah, he stated that.
Right. So would you agree with me that it's probably never a good idea, even based on his own testimony, to push a patient?
I would say there might be a time you need to protect yourself, to get away from something. I think that's why nurses are, 56% or more are wounded in psychiatric nursing because again, not only are you not allowed to do anything, you just have to stand there and let them pummel you
Well,
and can't do anything to stop it. And if there's not enough techs, which a lot of times there's not, then just like that situation, it's just you and that tech alone with that patient who he has nothing to stop him from beating you to death because he's a patient
let me ask you this.
and you can't do anything.
Do you think that nurses are held to a higher standard than just somebody else standing at that nursing station?
Well, that means.
Tell you this, in DeSoto County, they told me hitting a nurse is equal to hitting a police officer, but that's not true. A police officer can defend himself, but a nurse cannot.
So my question is, do you believe that nurses are held to a higher standard than somebody else standing at that nursing station?
An unfair higher standard at times. I do.
And would you agree, because I believe Mr. Dunn did as well, that if he had backed up, this is of course hindsight's 2020, that situation may not have escalated to that point.
Yeah, Monday, or all of us, Monday night's quarterback, yeah.
So, I mean, and you've both been licensed as a nurse for 30 years. So in your training in that time, do you ever think that it's okay to put your hands on a patient, knowing that you're held to a higher standard, that you were there to care for those people?
We are there to care for them, but
Should you
just like
ever-
when I was being hit in the face, I don't think it's fair that I have to let someone keep hitting me. That's just me because I've been the one that's been hit in a corner and couldn't do anything to fight back.
I understand, I apologize, I'm sorry about your situation. I'm talking about,
Well, no, in his situation, I understand what you're saying.
we're talking about Mr. Dunn's situation. So in that situation, if you back up, there's a potential that it would de-escalate. Would you agree?
Well, he couldn't back up because of nursing, but if you'd, again, we can all say Monday night's quarterback, we could do that. I'm sure you have cases where you say, God, I could have tried my case this way. Maybe it would have been more effective. I mean, we all do it.
But again, I'm talking about this situation that could have stepped aside, created more space, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Any questions for Ms. Pilgrim from the hearing panel? Right, any follow-up from you, Mr. Dunn?
The only thing I can say is, if we all agree that if you sit back and you had time and can analyze the situation and could have redone it, would you have? Yes. At that time, it was instant action. What do you do to save yourself? It's instinct. Like I said, 30 years of nursing, I've worked jails, prisons, mental health institutions, never had the problem. This was a one-time incident. It was try to create space or get pummeled. That was my choice. So that's what I did. I can't take it back. Would I do it again? No, I would try to find another way now that I see. But it did happen and I'm not denying it. Did I push the patient? Yes. Did I save myself? Yes. Therapeutic options were exhausted. Talk was done. Backing up wouldn't have helped because the man would have kept coming. He was after somebody. He was going to whoop somebody. And it happened to be me. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. This concludes the presentation of evidence in case number 2023-1210. We'll begin now with closing statements, starting with Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. You've heard testimony today from Mr. Dunn that he does not deny pushing the patient. He admitted he probably shouldn't have done that. Hindsight is 2020. And he in testimony stated that his restraint of that patient by holding at the back of the neck was not anything that he'd been taught in any of his courses or training. He's been charged with 3 charges. One was not meeting the acceptable standards of nursing practice, which he admitted his actions probably did not. I would say that by the testimony you've heard today from both him and Ms. Causey, that the restraint by holding the person on the back of the neck and by pushing the patient did not meet the standard. That would be also mean guilty of charge one, which was acting in a manner inconsistent with someone under his care. I think that handling someone by the back of the neck is consistent with somebody under his care. And then finally, with the last one was physical abuse, he admitted he did push the patient and was restraining the patient by the back of the neck. So in considering that, we do understand that things happen very quickly and that we are seeing things hindsight. We do believe that Mr. Dunn is guilty by his own admission of these charges. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
There again, the hand on the back of the neck, that just needs to be a focus. That hand's pretty much useless at that point anyway. There wasn't a lot of restraining being done because all this was messed up. And I do regret pushing the patient at that time. Didn't think I had any choice in the matter. It was that saving myself. There was, as you can see, there was a lack of help that was there. It was just trying to save my patients was what was the foremost thing on my mind, getting them out of harm's way. Now, me, that's a good part of being a nurse is taking care of the people that's there, and that's what I was trying to do. Did it work out well with this one individual who was wanting, in his mind, all he wanted to do was hurt someone. So I was the one that got hurt. And I'd rather be me than my patients.
All right, this concludes the hearing in case number 2023-1210 involving the licensee Stevie Dunn, license number R-907573. At this time, I entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether rooms exist to go into executive session.
I'll make the motion. I'll second.
All in favor? Hearing none, at this time, I entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Make that motion.
All in favor? Any opposition? The board is now in executive session. We'll deliberate and return with its decision in this matter.
My second job when you get that. I consider myself and 3 kids in one also.
That will help with the decision.
I know. Get over it.
We got 45 days a year, so. And then all the final numbers is. It's still big and they'll sign, but it's not, whatever they decide, it's not. But they'll announce.
Announce the finding.
I mean, I can tell you if you want to go down the list, but you're welcome.
Well, you can call us, tell us, we're gonna get on the road.
If that's what you want to do, yeah. I don't sign it.
They ain't gonna change their minds, is it? That'd be great.
I'll believe it.
It's, what's it do? I already make it back 4 nights now, anyway.
I gotta work in. I'm retired. Hey, Brandon. Nice to meet you. It's going to get hard.
So, yeah, we take it, come back with different sales and you have a time slot, so I have no idea at the time.
Maybe we should just wait.
But there should have a card to do.
It's rough estimate.
Sometimes they're back in 10 minutes, sometimes they're back in an hour and a half, so. But yeah, she'll, if they order any type of, you can contact her. It's what we order.
Okay.
So he's, I'm not gonna do those here, but that's something we want to really good. I don't know what you heard this morning, it kind of something. This would be strictly or what restrictions are like, so it may not be. But if it is, Sarah will be.
Okay. Steve, nice to meet you.
Who walked in? Looked like a maintenance-ish person walked in and then was like, uh-oh.
I know you was looking.
Right.
Yes. Do you have your manila folder?
Huh?
You have your manila folder?
Okay,
And
thank you so
then
much.
Yeah.
out of it.
Right there by me. Thank you. Thank you. Take care, guys.
Y'all be careful.
I will announce the board's decision in, case number 2023-1210 involving the licensee Stevie Dunn, license number R-907573. The board finds the licensee guilty of all charges. The penalty imposed is a formal reprimand, fine, and education courses. The courses include a course on, 3-hour course on workplace violence and safety, upholding the standards, a 4.5-hour course, and then, a 1-hour course on preventing violence in the acute setting. This concludes the announcement of the board's decision in that matter. Then, the voluntary surrender, I'll propose in case number 2022-1010 involving the licensee, Tonisha Spearman. The board accepted the voluntary surrender. This concludes the board's announcement of its decision on the voluntary surrender and concludes the hearings for today.